All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so step one. Make sure you got all the CS zones on your chart. Once you have all the CS zones on your chart, the next step is, of course, to fix up the DARP chart, which is the boxes, right? And once you fix up those, the wedges and everything come after, of course. And then you're going to get something kind of like this here. Looks a little messy. We're going to clean it up in a second. First thing we could do here is turn this to orange. Grab the midpoint. So now we know where SPY wants to fall down to. For example, you start from the midpoint, go to the top point, and you're going to recognize that today hit the bottom of this line. So I'm still thinking you might hit this one more time today. Still looking for a little bit more downside. Somewhere around like 686, you could say. Let's go ahead and delete this. Let's delete this right here. Let's delete all this extra stuff to the right here. We're still going to trade SPY, by the way. It's just for SPY, we're going to trade it on the bigger account. We're not going to trade it on... What's good with this? Why is there so many like copied things? But yeah, for SPY, we're just going to give it a moment here. Oh wait, no, I could delete this. This is extra. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Nah, yeah, I've been trading silver for a little bit here. Just gotta watch out with that one. It's a little dangerous. But yeah, it's honestly tons of fun. It's just like gold, but a little bit crazier. Alright, let's delete this, and we should be good. We shouldn't have too much duplicated stuff now. The only thing I would want to fix here is, let's put a price label on number 8 down here. We'll fix it in a little bit. Now let's go back to zoom in here. Seems like all of our points are now set in stone. We're going to the bottom of the CS zone again. Okay, so I just bought a $15 SPX play. Again, $15. 6925 is the strike price for the calls. Let me go ahead and post that. The goal with this call is one simple reason, everybody. What I wanted to see here was you run up, hit this middle line, which you did, then fall. Then you fell down to here, created this zone down here, ran to the top, fell to the middle, just like you did over here. So that's perfect. Then you ran to the middle of both of the CS zones, right? Like the mid of the bigger and the smaller ones. It's kind of like uneven, but it's still the middle of them. At that point, you ran up to here where we played the downside, going from number 1 back down to the what's it called, the bottom here. And then when we went live a couple minutes ago, we were basically planning for you to fall to the bottom of the zone, and then you to potentially run up to the midpoint, if not a little bit higher. Now, give me 1 minute. I'm getting a call, and I'll explain why in a moment here. 1 minute. It's not terrible. In terms of profit, oh shit, what the hell did I just do? Oh, made a new circle. Okay, so in terms of profit for this call, we're looking for you to run back into this dotted line here, right? For that dotted line, you're basically gonna be worth $60, you could say $30 to potentially $140, with 60 being like the main target. Again, from $15 each, that's the goal with these. You're still stuck at the exact same area we bought at, which was basically at the bottom of that white box. So until you go into this next box down here, again, we would still be looking for more upside. If you go below it, the first thing you're looking for is the midpoint, which is right around, and remember, this is the SPY, not SPX. I'll show you the SPX version in 1 second. That's 68692, right? That's the midpoint. So we only put $15 into this play. Again, very cheap, just because you're at the middle of the whole entire grid here. And whenever that happens, you always just put a cheaper amount. Versus, you know, if you're at the bottom and you're making a new low, we can go ahead and put another 100, another 300, right? Just depending on how fast you drop. Same thing with the upside. Once you run up to here, for the puts, you're looking for 689.50s to like 689.60s, you could say, right around that range. And this is the area where you could put a little bit more into the puts. Of course, you just got to be careful with, you know, the gap from last night. It would be filled pretty much right around number 4. So in terms of upside, in order to fill the gap we created last night, again, we still got to run up to 690s. So that's what we're looking for right now, the continuation of that gap fill, as well as the touch of the 200. If you don't touch the 200 today, there's 2 things we're going to look for tomorrow. The first thing is, I want to see if you're going to open up below the 200 again. Because if you do, in the morning, it's a very quick, you know, an easy call play. Sometimes we do it around 9:30, sometimes around 10:30, 10:40. It just depends, right? We just got to see that first morning move, see how far you are from the 200. And just like today, at around 9:30, as you can see, it ran up towards the 200, but didn't want to touch it. That's called a ghost touch. Or at least that's the name we gave it, right? What it indicates is the market was wanting to go towards the 200 moving average on the 5-minute, but it did not touch it. So that's just something you want to pay attention to. Because for tomorrow, again, if we don't touch it today, it means tomorrow you're going to touch it. Now, what if tomorrow you don't want to touch it, right? What if you run towards it again and you fall from it again? Well, it's the same thing for day 3. The most I've ever seen in terms of a market ghost touching, like not hitting the red line in terms of days, was one time, which it was 3 days. So for 3 days on the 5-minute, you did not hit the 200-day moving average. That was like the furthest, but that was around April when you were falling out the sky crazy. So because of that being such a different type of setting in terms of the market, right? We would say that the most one would see is most likely 1 to 2, you know, days max, unless the market truly is changing directions rapidly because of some crazy news, you know, hitting the wire. Aside from that, what I'm looking for right now is a trend just like this from the past couple days. So we're going to zoom out for a second. When the market runs up, right, you tend to have some, you know, drops here and there. Now, the first thing I'm looking for is these drops, right? Where are you stopping at? So right now you're stopping at 686 about, right? We could say it's the quarter point for the orange box, like the new box. But more so what I'm looking for is, where is it on these old lines that we made last week? We can go ahead and delete this one. We don't need this here. This one could be brought to the left a little bit. Just like that. This could be lowered in terms of its opacity. Alright, that looks a slight bit better. So again, you broke that downtrend that you were basically falling in, right? You created a new uptrend here. You ran up towards the top, which we thought you would. You hit 691. We said if you can't go past it, you're going to go straight down to 689, which you did so this morning around the gap, like the gap down. But then you opened up a little bit lower, filled half of it, fell at the sky again. And I don't know if you guys remember that one chart that I have. When you have a gap, you tend to do these few things right here. Let me show you. So this is what you normally do when you have a gap. You do 5 things. You go to the start of it, meaning this right here would be the start of it, right? Like this is like the bottom. So like let's just say you open up somewhere in the middle. You tend to fall down to the bottom of it, which is exactly what you did today. The next thing it says is you tend to fill 1/4 of the gap, then return to the highest or lowest point. So if it's a gap down, you're going to start filling half of the gap going up. Of course, a quarter, then half. So when you run up to a quarter point, you could fall at the sky, basically. So what I tend to do is, on the bigger accounts, usually around then, just depending on how big the gap is, of course. But usually on the bigger accounts, we tend to buy into the market around the halfway point. Not really the 1/4 point, because it normally just always gets filled 1/4 all the time. So what we're looking for is to buy calls at the bottom of the gap, which is down here, right? And then to fill, of course, a quarter, then half. Once you fill half, we start buying the puts for you to fall back down. Just because it's normally a scalp trade that, you know, we're accustomed to already. Then, of course, you do 3/4, then fall potentially. So if by the halfway point you don't fall, what you would do is you would either average down at the quarter point or average down once you filled the whole thing. It depends, you know. Depends how much capital you put in, depends how much you're down, depends, you know, how expensive the contracts were. Everything, it just matters. Aside from that, the last thing you do here is fill the whole gap and then return right back down going lower. So that's basically what I'm thinking is going to occur here. I'm thinking you're just going to fill the whole gap. It might just take 2-3 days. But the reason why I think so is, let me show you guys. Let me fix this, put this back to where it was. Perfect. Okay, so the reason why I think it's going to do that is just because of what it did over here to the left. Right? You ran up, you hit King's Point to the bottom, you collapsed out the sky, you held a couple dollars below, and by a couple dollars, that is around $5 basically. If you look at where we fell from top to bottom so far, 691, 686 is about $5. So yeah, you could potentially get a continuation going upwards, because it's not at the high that you want to drop at. That high is going to be around 696, 699. Of course, it could still drop from here, right? You could still just crash, just like how you did in February when you were supposed to hit 611 and then you ended up going to 613 and then collapsing. We played puts at 609, 611, and then 613. So if we look at the previous low over here, in order for us to start playing calls to go up into a new high, this is literally all I do every single time with the market, every single year, every single month. I just put a box here that's $4, which is going to be at 693.70s. And until it gets to that point, you basically do not want to play the continuation going higher, because anywhere inside this green area, basically anywhere inside of here, the market could collapse. So it needs to get above this this green box here, which is why you see that the puts that I'm looking for are towards the top of this, or, you know, directly out of it, so you can fall down on top of it and hold, right? When the market hits 6, oh, I forgot to change this one. When the market hits 709.81, 709.81. 5-day puts down to the 1/8 point, which is 704. There you go. Just in case we get to that point, I don't want you guys to be confused if you see that. Basically, I just copied it a bunch of times, and I just got to fix the text. But I want to do that in the YouTube video. But I just want to do it now just in case. Because if you hold here, after, of course, running from this bottom trend down here. Why are you biting the wall? We're basically going to see the market run right into the 700s. Well, remember, this trend might not be down or done yet. You still have the midpoint down here. So once you hit this midpoint, we want to see if the market's just going to start running back up to the high again. Pretty much how you keep doing the past couple weeks here. Let me show you guys. So, like, look over here, right? You guys see how the market fell from down here and then it ran all the way up to here? This is one of our best call plays so far in like the last, you could say, like 30 days. We bought calls down here, and then we literally played the calls going from here straight up to here, and we sold them right here at 681, which was perfect because the next couple of days we ended up consolidating, losing all, pretty much all that value. So once we sold it here, next thing we told everybody was watch out for the top right here. If you hit King's Point, which is slightly above and below this previous high, you're just gonna fall. So you ran like right below it and fell. So right here, I don't recall to my best ability, honestly, because we were getting into like 10 trades a day at this point. So I don't remember exactly what we did around this point, but I'm sure we most likely played puts here. That's usually what we would do at the highs, especially if you're not at an area above this green box. I play puts below it, at the line, the midpoint, and then the top point. And that's pretty much it. You're just looking for this to collapse back to the midpoint. So when it falls the next couple days, it's so funny because it falls down straight towards the midpoint. And we ended up buying here. We bought calls down here. We played straight up to here, which was 680. We sold it in the beginning of the day. You then fell down to the bottom here. We waited for the next day. Sorry, I had a little bit of mucus right there. See, that's what I get for saying I feel better earlier. But yeah, so you ended up falling down to here. You ran up to here. We sold them. You ended up falling down. We told everybody we wanted to buy back into those options at the end of the day, which some of you did. You then played the calls right back up to the top here. And just like December of last year, when you were falling a bunch of times, let me show you guys real quick. You pretty much are doing the same thing here. So you run up past this high, which is slightly higher. You then fall down, you gap down, right? It's just over here. Let me tell ya, these gaps down, that was almost $20 straight down. That right there was my biggest gain I've ever had. 5,000% right here. So I'm trying to beat this. And I thought today had the potential to rival something like that. But honestly, it's like, these trends are so poor. Like, that drop right there was so terrible. Like, it's so small. You still need this to drop $4, $5, $6 more dollars. So in the meantime, what my brain is thinking right now is, what if they're going to send you up a little bit higher and then finally drop you? Because you already dropped a bunch of times from 680. If you do it again, it's getting really repetitive to the point where if it does fall down to 680 again, which of course it's now at 680, but what I mean by fall in the 680s, I mean like fall from 680 to like 670, 660. If it holds in the 680s, what does that tell everybody? This is like the new support, right? So if that's the new support, you're going to use it like a trampoline and, potentially just hop up a little bit higher. So they might just kill value on the monthlies here, is what I'm thinking towards the end of the year. The only problem is it's the end of the year. pretty much. This is the last day of the year. So we have an opportunity for the last day of the year and the day before, which is the 28th, to be the highs, right? As you can all see, the 26th and 29th, which is 28th was on the weekend, so you can't really, unfortunately, you can't really say the 28th is here or here. But you're switching the day before the 28th, and then the day after the 28th, you're continuing that direction. Think about it like that. So that means that is a downtrend, of course. The only problem is, when you fell out the sky here earlier, you falling to number 2 was not good enough. So that's why we're looking for this to fall down to here for the bigger plays. And then for the medium plays, because, why not play something in the meantime? Very cheap price. We're still in the SPX calls right now. It's just these are losing a bunch of value here. Let me see where they're at. I mean, they're still basically almost 4 strikes away still. They're about 5 now. So we'll give this an opportunity. We'll see if the market just wants to zip back up. Looks like you might do a bigger move at the end of the day here. And if it just consolidates, again, it just gives us a better opportunity for tomorrow. It looks like you might hit the 200-day moving average still. You're too close to it. I would much rather you be like $2-3 away right now. By the way, the puts that we got on Friday at the top, around 691s, we paid around $90 for those. And by the time you fell down to 1.5, you were up, I believe, like 140. It was like 40%. So no, it was like I think 130. It was like 40 something percent, 40, 50%. We sold it. We told everybody wait for the end of the day to rebuy into them for a cheaper price. So the market, of course, you collapsed from 690, which is what the strike price was for Monday. It was about $90 again. And you fell straight down to 687.19. So you were $2 in the money instantly, which is perfect. So not only are the 0-day ideas working out, but the new and improved overnight idea that we came up with on Friday, just because of the monthly, remember, that's the only reason why we were looking at it like that. It wasn't randomly we were looking at overnight puts. It was because of the monthly trend. And then because of that, yeah, that's why we had the idea. We built upon it. It worked out yesterday, and it worked out today. And it worked out in the what's it called, the middle of the day, you could say. But I don't think anybody here would have, got into those same plays at that same time, right around number 2. Because number 2 is only half the, basically half the gap. Maybe some of you would have only bought into that there. Just because it's like half the halfway point, of course, like we always talk about. I always buy at the midpoint, and yeah, it tends to always either stop at the midpoint or go straight through it to the quarter point. And then I would have to average down at the top of the quarter point, almost touching the rest of the gap fill. You know what I mean? Like slightly above it. And yeah, that's pretty much all. So for now, you fell down from a point almost touching the midpoint at the top there, which is the first CS zone you made today, right? So then you have the middle CS zone that you're stuck in right now. And then you have the bottom CS zone, which you're looking for this to hit the midpoint. If it can hit the midpoint down here, you potentially have another cheap call play, just like the one that we had right here. Like right above where you were currently at right now. It's literally about like 30 cents. So if this market just flickers for whatever reason, meaning if you jump more than $1 in either direction, these contracts are going to go berserk. So this is going to be a little fun here. This should give us a really good opportunity. All right. All right, all right, all right. But yeah, the market's barely doing anything right now. Just so you guys know, it hasn't really done nothing aggressive. The only thing that's moving aggressively, really, is gold. Gold and silver. Coming after you tonight, gold. You better be ready. So remember, the first thing you want to do is pay attention to all the times. All the times you hit a bottom last night, you're going to remember these for tonight. Again, we're going to overanalyze this just so we can actually play these bigger moves a little bit easier. That's the purpose of tonight. It's too close. So yeah, we had to analyze all these areas there. The day before, the day after, the day in the middle where it got crazy and aggressive after it was just slow. Over here where it's getting slow again. And then there's going to be some type of midpoint you're going to want to react to up here. And that's most likely going to be somewhere around here, you could say. That's what you did last time. Let me show you guys. So I was trading with a $1,000 account. I forgot what date, but I can show you where it was on the trend. Yeah, right down here. Okay, so we went long right down here at the bottom. You ended up swinging straight all the way back up from white zone to white zone on gold. But again, these are smaller accounts, so it's cheaper. It was MGC, not GC. It was the micro, not the E-mini. And by the time you hit this area up here, those contracts, or not, I mean, whatever the hell you call them, I guess. But the contracts, we were up around 5,000. So we decided to take profit here. So we took profit. We ran away. And then you ended up running up straight to the top up here, where we ended up playing the puts once again, right above the white zone for you to fall into it on the Webull account. And then we're just playing back and forth pretty much. And we did the same thing right up here, pretty much. So right before gold fell at this, no, not right here. What day was it? It was the 24th. So right around here, we ended up going short on gold on the Webull account again. And we were looking for you to fall through the white zone and into somewhere in the middle down here, which you pretty much did it today. So this morning we got rid of those contracts. And we're trying to go long again, but to me it looks like you might fall down a little bit lower. I think you might go a little bit closer to this white zone. Just like how you did over here. Let me show you guys the previous bottom. Down here. And then also we did the same thing literally over here. I kid you guys not. Look at this. So you fell through the white zone the first time. And because you were all the way up here at this area, and then you went straight through this white zone, I was just like, all right, it's probably gonna hold on this one. I've never seen it go straight through two of them, because each one is about $250 away. That's what I started noticing gold is reacting to. Every $250 move, you could say. So yeah, then it fell down to here. We went long again. This was another $1,000 account, and as you can see, the green circle there, the green circle there. And then we got puts here. We missed them at the top here the first time. We weren't paying attention, and yeah, we missed it. So you fell literally straight almost down to the white zone. And I was just like, it looks like it kind of wants to hit it or get near it again. This is kind of what you're doing right now, like today. So that's why I think you might still waterfall into a newer low and then start snapping up into the upside. So tonight we might have to be like put focus towards the tops, like tippity tops, you could say. It's just going to be dangerous, so we're just going to play on one futures account at a time, okay? We're not going to go too crazy with this. Friday, again, this Friday, with two accounts that we just started. Again, ladies and gentlemen, two accounts that we just started last week that we have videos of us trading back and forth. With zero, actually, no, one of them has a loss now, but it was kind of unfair. I'll explain in the video. One of them has a loss now, but it's now an Express account. And then the other one turned into an Express account as well. One of them were up 2,000. The other one were up 200. So the goal is to hit 10K on each by Friday, so I could take out 10,000 from both of them. That's the goal right now, everybody. That's the goal. Let's take out 10K this Friday. And then what else can we do? Monday, we're going to take out another 10K. And then I think Wednesday, we're taking out 5K. And this is all $100 accounts. Each $100 that I spend equals $5,000 in 7 days. Think about it like that. Again, everybody, each $100 that I spend, if done properly, and you could, just scalp your way, you could literally turn it into $5,000. So far, we've made around $20,000, and we started doing this a month ago, pretty much. So in 1 month, we made 20K just from one account. And mind you, that's not even everything we could have made. We had some down days. If we can fix that for January, that's 5K. How much weeks are in January? I know it's 4 weeks, but let me see. So we're going to take out money on Friday, right? That's like the 2nd. So boom, that's 10K. So let's just count one account at a time. If that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. You see what I'm saying? 25. Literally, if we could do this perfectly, on those two accounts, we should be able to take out 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K. So by the time, again, we go live on this other account here, we should be able to take out 50K from just those two accounts, right? Or am I bugging? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, 50 on those accounts. And then Monday, that's another 10. That's 10, 20, 30, 40. That's 90K. And then on the last account, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's Tuesday. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20. That's 20K plus 90. So that's $110,000 we should be able to make from these 5 accounts, which cost about $500. We might lose one, it happens. And if it happens, it happens. We're not going to beat ourselves up over it. We're just going to solve what the mistake was, get through it as a team. Because remember, everybody here gets into their own trades. That's that's the craziest part. With the videos and with the classes and with the trading styles. When I first started teaching, I never thought that, I would be able to create a trading style that actually works, where people can actually use it and cut up the market and, be real comfortable with it. And after seeing it develop and work over the last 2 years and seeing you guys get into your own trades, it's almost like something I don't pay attention to no more. Like I don't notice, but it's wild. A lot of you get into your own trades because you already know how to trade. It's just like I'm the crazy guy who likes to get into the harder trades, so it's kind of like a training ground whenever you guys are watching me. That's basically the purpose. I hope you guys know that. Whenever you're trading with me, it's going to be harder trades. It's just a gut-built response that I have now, which allowed me to get to this level in the first place. So it's like I can't really get rid of it. You know what I mean? But, of course, we have moments where the market's doing something very, very easy. Kind of like when you fell down a large amount or you run up a large amount. When it's 0 days like this, we tend to just go crazy with 0 days, you know what I mean? Or SPX. Like, think about it. Within the last 3 days, I already turned $100 into $200 on one account. And then on the other account, I turned $100 to $150 3 days in a row. Every single day so far. So it's pretty crazy, Whether it's options or it's futures or it's, anything, just following the simple stuff. Because remember, this is not me and me being emotional and me coming up with, my own ideas, even though at the end of the day it boils down to that. It's mostly me looking at the technicals and the charts and just looking at what they're saying pretty much. And if the charts are just like, looks like Mayday, Mayday, you might fall here. I'm not going to put too much money in the market. I'm not going to be aggressive for no reason. I'll wait another week. There's always going to be more trades for us. There's always going to be more trades. So, yeah, just never worry about missing out, really. Our option is right back to the price that we bought it at for SPX. Let's see if you can go up a little bit more. This is what we wanted. It's 230 right now. You might be able to switch to the downside again at 230, so be careful here. Sometimes the market likes to be a little annoying with the 30-minute moves. But, yeah, let's see if it's going to run up to that dotted line. If it could run up to the tippity top, let me tell ya, this is going to be so funny. That's going to destroy so much value. Because think about it, you're literally filling the gap. You're right back at where you were at. Now gold is, varying in a far different manner compared to SPY. It's so weird how they're following each other. I want to do more research and see how long they've been following each other. I also want to see if there's been times where like it's like changed because of like FOMC or CPI. So yeah, we have a lot of work to do, everybody. I basically, it's like you have to break down the SPY again all over again, but this time you had to compare it with gold. Just like how we did it with SPX and SPY and Tesla and Nvidia and the whole basically S&P 500. We got to do it again for the futures, which I have not done it yet. So honestly, truth be told, there is so many different things I had to change and add to the futures charts. If I had to give you guys a percentage as to our performance versus what the charts could be as compared to the SPY charts, let me tell you, it's like 5%. I know that sounds terrible. I know. That's what's bugging me, is that how the hell did I take out $20,000 without even really adding stuff to the chart? You know, like I'm thinking about it and I'm scratching my head and I'm just like, that normally wouldn't be possible. I mean, I get the trading styles we have a good win rate. Like, I'm not trying to downplay the stuff that we created here. Of course, like the stuff we create, I think of it as amazing, of course. But you know, there's always that interior response where it's just like, no, I don't believe it. I want to question it, you know? For some reason, I'm always like that. So I'm questioning this, and I'm just like, you know, we did lose the big account last night, by the way, everybody. We did lose the big account. It was like $70,000 straight down. So it wasn't just one go. We ended up cutting it, making back like 5,000-10,000, and then we had another large loss when I knocked out. You know, but I'm not going to use that as an excuse. You fall asleep, you make a mistake, so be it, right? You still got to say it. So we did make a mistake last night. We did lose the big account. We are going to make that back tonight. Watch. I'm staying up all night. That's why I wanted to sleep a little bit more today. I was just like, nah, yeah. I'm going to wait for the market to get a little bit slower tonight. And we're going to at least trade 300, 400 times tonight. Straight the whole entire night. So yeah, the SPX trades, everybody, they're up 50% already. You guys can put your stop losses now. I hope you enjoyed that little talk there. We're going to cut it here. No playing, no games. I'm taking it all. Excellent, everybody. That was not a bad play. You still have a chance to run to the midpoint, though, so just watch it. Just watch out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go look at some gold. Dr. Gold. You stuck in this. Oh my god, I hate this. They're gonna snap some legs here. You guys gotta watch out. This is moving so slow as compared to what you did towards the top. My goodness. You hit the midpoint. After you hit the midpoint, you ran to the 1/4 point. Now you're stuck around the 1/4 point. So if you shift down to here, you're going to fall down to here. So if you go long on gold, the only two locations you would want to go long are really here. And honestly, down here, that's it. I wouldn't touch any other longs. And then for the shorts, you would want to go short around this high up here, which is the other 1/4 point for the box right here, this one. And then potentially around this line right there. It's just with that drop out the sky, honestly, yeah, I would just wait for the midpoint. I'm not gonna lie to ya. Just try to get puts like up here for it to fall down to like this or something, right? You know what I mean? Usually you consolidate and do stuff like that. Like for example, let me show you this box over here. So that's the top, that's the bottom. This is before the destruction happened last night. We were on our jolly way. We were skipping around town. You know what I mean? Listening to music. Sunshine was beaming off the windows and hitting us, you know, right in the eye. The birds were chirping. And then out of nowhere. Boom. Oh, it happened over here, actually. It was over here. Yeah. Right around 7 o'clock. We got stuck in the first trade here. And I kid you guys not, we were able to hold. And it was good information, honestly. So even though the big account was lost, the one thing that I loved about it was it taught me exactly how much I would need for a bigger move in case gold does something dramatic in the future. I'm talking about like if gold does $1,000 move randomly overnight, how much money would one need in order to, you know, not lose their account or still have an opportunity for the market to bounce back and them to sell it just in the future? And the answer is pretty much around $250,000. So yeah, gold is not going to be a play where we can actually hold for the long term realistically, unless we start having around 5, 10, 20 mil we're making a month. Then yeah, I wouldn't mind putting 200,000 into it, 300,000 into it. But honestly, until then, listen to me very clearly, everybody. Until you have over $100,000, in all honesty, I wouldn't be starting my own futures account, my personal one. It's made me realize that. Because I know a lot of you are going to trade gold. I'm telling ya, I already know. So the safest way out of here is basically white zone to white zone and you're out. So every $250 moves, like every $250 of a move, if it's against you, you take the loss. It's going to be around, like I said, if you add up last night, it would be around like 40,000, 45,000. I might have to relook at the numbers tonight, and then I'll let you know tomorrow, or, you know, when we're live again. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. So for SPY is going to be similar. It's not going to be that far off, honestly. However, SPY doesn't do a, you know, a $20 move. By the way, a $10 move on SPY, we've been a part of those. A $10 move is about $10,000, if I'm correct, give or take. It might be like 13, 14,000. So everybody, again, a $10 move on SPY equals a $15,000 loss if you're holding SPX and you went for a scalp and you got stuck in it, or you, not SPX, but whatever you might call it, ES. There you go. So if you got stuck in it, that's basically what it would be looking like. A $20 move, of course, just double it. That's 26,000. So I'm sure you guys understand that yes. If you're planning on holding or playing with a lot of money and you want to hold it for a while, the only thing that one would be able to honestly, realistically do is trade it with ES, really. That's really it. NASDAQ is quicker than ES, so I wouldn't do NASDAQ. If you're going to do NASDAQ, you might as well do something like, you know, gold. Unless you just want that SPY-like feeling, but a little bit more aggressive, I guess you could do that. Like I've seen somebody, one of the students, you know, last year they turned $1,000 into 40K within 15 days. It was 10 to 15 days, something like that. Day one, I think they were at like 10K or something like that. Day two, it was like 15, 20. A couple days later, I think they lost some here and there, and then they ended up getting to 40K from like the beginning of, what was it, November? It was the beginning of November and then like middle of November, November 10th, November 15th, something like that. And it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. And the wildest part was, it was just using DARP. Just using the boxes. So, yeah, it's basically what we have on the screen right now. I don't really have anything else besides CS zones up here from yesterday. And as you all could tell, like, think about it like this, right? The market fell all the way down to this low, and now you're running up to a certain high, right? This is the new box, so let's just put this to the side for now. Now you're running up to a certain high, which is above this area, right? Look at how weird this is. If I chop it up again, where's the market hitting? Exactly at that point, right? Perfectly. If I copy it to the bottom, ladies and gentlemen, where's the market hitting? It wicked down perfectly at that point. You see what I'm saying? So it's always hitting these points. It's just sometimes it's hitting such a small point. Like, I kid you not, sometimes they'll hit a point like right there, and you need to cut it up like 20 times just to find out what number it's hitting in terms of a fraction. Because then I could be like, all right, if it falls below the midpoint, it's going to stop at this fraction down here, which it does perfectly. So now it's kind of like stuck after doing a big move, falling out the sky, having a midpoint, going above it, reacting equally below it. Now you're above it. So yes, this would be bullish, honestly, as long as you hold on that line. So we could go long here on the account that we have a loss on, because, you know, at this point, you have a loss on it. So let's just play a little bit more aggressive on that one. So yeah, you're about to be at the midpoint right now. And then if for whatever reason you go below it, we'll just cut it. All right, give me 1 second here. Where are you? This one. Let's pull up the other chart so we could stare at it real quick. Gold, gold, gold. So you actually went way lower than it right there. Stop loss is set to $70 now, everybody. Stop loss was hit. That's literally all I do all night. Imagine that times 5. That would have been 70 times 5. That would have been like $300. You do that 100 times, boom, $30,000. Sounds annoying, it sounds repetitive, but you get into the flow of it. You get lost in it, and you start forgetting time, really. And before you even know it, you're up 16, 17,000, just like we were that one day. And we had no losses that one day, which was pretty cool, too. My SPX trade sold for, I don't even know how much percent that was. I think that was like 70 to 100% on the calls. Let's go look at SPY now. We took a little scalp trade on gold. So we were in that for, let me see how long we were in that for. From like here to here, you could say. Actually, let's go to the 30 second. Let me see. Go to the 15 second. Okay, so from here to like right there. So that equaled $70, right? Let's make a box. And then we're going to start breaking this down after hours. Because I want to understand how much of a move I need if I'm looking for a little scalp trade. Because then I could be like, all right, is that type of a trade possible? You know? Instead of me just waiting for it to hit a certain dollar amount. Let's do what we do with the SPY options, which is we're looking for a certain trend. We're not looking for a certain dollar amount. That's why you never hear me talk about a dollar amount, or you never hear me worried about it. It's because we're looking for a certain trend, you know? Just like today right now, we bought the calls at the bottom when we went live earlier today. We bought them right here, a little bit like right there, you could say. You consolidated for like 10 minutes, and then you went right back up to the point we wanted you to. Now you completed that part. So now the next thing I want to see is you run up to the top or fall straight down to the bottom again. Since we had profit on both trades, again, I have no idea what percent that was. I think it's $10 a profit, so that's probably like, yeah, like 75%, I think. So that's pretty good, right? Let's post it, we sold it. My face is so itchy for some reason. Again, everybody, how did the gold trade work out? We got into a little scalp trade because we wanted to test the idea. That's the reason why we got out so quickly and we didn't hold for a longer move. And yeah, you're bouncing on that point perfectly. So that's literally all we do all night. And then we just got to pay close attention because sometimes you get into the damn trade and it's been consolidating for like an hour straight. And then out of nowhere, the market's just like, you know what? See ya. Just straight out the sky. That's the one reason why gold is annoying, because literally at any point, any time, any one of your accounts, unless you have over 300K, are going to get wiped out. Unless you have like 60,000 like how I did, that made me survive pretty much every single massive drop that was against me every single time. Besides the last one, which was the most aggressive one. So, again, this is good information because now we could build a whole entire like case study, you could say, about how to properly trade this, you know, back and forth, just like how we do with the SPY options again. Alrighty. Okay, let's go to the Discord. All right, we're good. Yeah, that's perfect. That is beautiful, everybody. You see how you ran above it, fell down on top of it perfectly again, ran back to the same highs. Excellent. Of course, if I chop up this box again, you'll understand why it's stopping at this point too. Like the smaller point here. It's just, yeah, let's just do it after because this is already uneven. I'm going to have to delete it all anyways and do it again. This is just like a rough little draft, you could say. Looks like SPY might be curving here. Let's see if you can flash out the sky. Flash, crash, flash, crash. I'm sorry if you're in the calls, by the way. I hope it goes up for you. I haven't got an email from those people in so long. That's back when I used to like sneaker resell. What in the world? Tell me how at one point I had to create like 30 emails because of all the sneaker stuff. Because every email had to be different. For like each account. Again, everybody, you're still right beneath the midpoint. You are now above the midpoint, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going to happen here. You're almost at the 200 now. Are you going to touch it, or are you going to fall out the sky right before it again? If it does, you're going straight into a new low. You could also stop right here for a quick little stop. By right here, I mean like right there. Like right in between this little darker area, you could say. There you are. Might be changing directions here on gold. It's time for the Dorito. Come on. We're going to use the 200 moving average as a little stop loss. It's like slightly above us. So yeah, I forgot to tell you guys, we accidentally got on a silver trade in this account yesterday. And yeah, I saw that thing go the opposite way for 2 seconds. I was like, nope, I'm just taking the loss. Because sometimes when you're switching accounts, it doesn't switch the quantity. So it looked like I was still on the other account because I was trading one silver at a time. And then the other one was like 5 MES. That's Gold's middle name, let me tell you. Gold loves messing with us. But I'm honestly really happy, you know. The only thing that would make me even happier is if everybody here was trading with us tonight, so that we can have, you know, everybody take out withdrawals by at least next week, you know. If I can have everybody here take out at least 5K, that will make me extremely happy. Truly. So that's the main goal right now, is fix the futures charts to the point where we're able to make sure everybody can profit that much, you know. Again, we're using the 200 moving average as a little reference point, just in case the market wants to run up to the tippity top. We'll just take a small little loss. It'll eat up about like a quarter. As long as we're above $150, we're still good today. On the reversal points, by the way, you're at slightly above number one on the positive side. So you want to remember that. Once you get above number one, 1.5 is your next target, which is at the 200-day moving average. So that's pretty much our reference point to stop for the stop loss. So there's two things that are matching up with the stop loss, which is just a little bit more insurance. And if we take a loss, we're gonna wait for probably for like, I mean, I kind of don't want to. I kind of don't like trading at 3 o'clock because you can get liquidated if you get stuck into a trade. So we might just call it a day after that loss. We'll just take a step back. We'll see what we could have done differently. Maybe it was holding for 2 more seconds. Maybe it was waiting for it to get above that dotted line. And we'll document every aspect of this. So again, we can get better, because that's the only way you really get better, really, is when you actually like see what the market does specifically, like to the T, and then just write it down, really. That's all. So on the 5-minute, where the EMA is at, yeah, you could still have a long little wick down here, like somewhere into here, you could say. You got above the pink line, right? You almost touched it here. Now you want to see yourself touch the pink line fully. If not, of course, the 200-day moving average is right there. I thought that was on a quarter point for a second. I was about to say, what quarter point is that? How much pips is this so far? 5956, 5958. That's about 2 points. Let's go ahead and get the date and price range tool. You're traveling up to the 200-day moving average, everybody. Just be careful here. This circle needs to moved up a little bit, actually. I just noticed that. Boom. Now you're good. If this shifts above the 200-day moving average, you're going to be looking for this to run up and fill the gap here towards the top. That's going to be your main goal. Yeah, the 200-day is smaller on ES. I just realized. I was thinking that. I was just like, that looks a little too close. As compared to over here, the left side is a little bit more forgiving. So again, you're almost a quarter of the way to the profit. About 300 so far. 600 is going to be the stop loss. That should equate to this 200-day moving average about. The only problem is if you get above it here. Did you touch it in the morning? Where's 9:30? 1 a.m. No, you didn't even touch it on this. You finally touched it now, though. So that's also something we had to remember, everybody. We know the ghost touch in terms of how SPY moves and touches it. We could use that same formula, of course, for futures, but we got to see how it variates, because it's probably going to vary a tiny little bit. Let's just see if it's going to consolidate around this line for a second. Once you snap below, we'll either cut losses or just take profit. And then once you get above, remember, everybody, you're looking for yourself to run to this pink circle right here. That's like your main goal for the puts, which is around number 3. What that tells you is, yes, the market is actually more bullish right now. It's not switching into a bearish market, at least on the daily, which could mean that tomorrow is going to be pointing upwards. Unless you just gap out the sky again, which could happen, you know. It could happen as soon as the market closes. It just starts gapping down all the way to 8 o'clock, you know. Which would be interesting. That's something I didn't even consider. I just recognized that. Oh my god. I just recognized that. The stock market closes at 8 o'clock. No wonder everything keeps moving fast till 8 o'clock. Oh my goodness. So literally we have to trade after 9 pretty much. Or after 8. Like 8:10. That's when we should actually be trading SPY. Because then, you know, we're dealing with less, you know, players. It's more robots at that point. I mean, it's still more robots now. Let's be honest. It's like 90% robotic trading activity, right? All done through algorithms. So after hours is pretty much, I would say it's just, how do I say it? It's kind of just more computerized. It's more, it contains more patterns and way less volume. Probably because everybody's sleeping, of course. They probably don't want to put too much capital into the market. But no, yeah, it's pretty cool to see the difference of it, right? All right, let's give this a moment here. Let's go ahead and push this to the right. Okay, so from the bottom to here, the SPX options are now up 300%. We sold them around 75%. So for tomorrow, this is going to be very useful because, again, we haven't traded the cheap SPX option in probably a month or two, and the last one didn't go well. So it's nice to see that it's going well now. The idea was correct. So for tomorrow, we're just going to follow suit, get into a similar idea as the one that we got into today, which was basically below the CS zone around, because remember, the time is important. So when we bought into those plays, it was exactly around 2 o'clock. That's why I purposely went live around that point. Because, again, it's every 30 minutes of a window, the market tends to switch directions. It's just something that's normal. And, yeah. For this trade here on ES, on this account is kind of like our bigger account. This is the new big account. Right? So since it's the new big account, the first goal right now is we got to get this account. Remember, it only has $2,000 profit. So what I need right now is to take this to 10K, and we basically will concretely like sign our profit or sign our withdrawal. Meaning like we're going to get it is what I'm trying to say. All we need to do is get 150 per day. We'll do it really slowly. You know, we'll go crazy the first day, which is tonight, basically. Well, I guess day 1 and day 2, kind of, technically. And then, yeah, by next week, Tuesday, you guys, or Monday, you guys should be able to take out that capital. Actually, Sunday night. Because Monday counts as one day. But then again, you guys didn't really trade today, so it's going to count as another day. So technically, we're going to be trading Tuesday. So Tuesday and Wednesday, then your combine is done. And then, let me think for a second. Give me 1 second. So Tuesday, let me look at my calendar. Okay, so if you start your accounts tonight, that's technically going to mean we're trading on Tuesday, right? So then 2 days, you would be done with that. From here to here. Yeah, yeah. And then on Tuesday night, because today's Monday, so you would be trading for Tuesday. And then Tuesday night, which is tomorrow night, you would be trading for Wednesday, which means you'll be able to pass your combine on Tuesday, which means this is day 1 for your Express account. So that's day 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So on Sunday, I kid you guys not, if you guys snap into this and you guys get this done, make this like your goal. Make this like life and death. You know what I mean? By Sunday, if you guys can do everything, small, scalp, 1 contract, 2 contracts at a time, just like how you see on the right side right now, very small. If I had 5 right there, I would have been down like 2,000. You know, I was only down 300 and it didn't really hit my stop loss. And in fact, it's consolidating on the line, just like how I wanted. So now, I'm going to put my stop loss to $75. And I'm going to put my take profit down here. That's it. Took a loss. And we'll keep it at that. If it falls down, it's okay. We'll see how it falls. We'll see what it touches, so that we could use it for tomorrow during the end of the day, as well as for tonight whenever we trade later. And then we'll just go back and forth with that, right? So again, we lost $37. So that's basically 40-40. That's as much as we made on the first trade. So we didn't lose nothing yet. That was just a wipe, basically, with both trades. So that's perfect. So sometimes you got to do that, you know, unfortunately. With this account, since I already took a loss, again, who cares at this point? Let's just play safe. Let's just make this account survive. You know what I mean? Who cares about the win rate right now? After all the other accounts, as you can see, 100%. Oh, yeah, this one was the accident one from last night when we played Gold. We were up 450. We put the stop loss at 300. It instantly fell down so fast that it filled us minus 300. And I didn't know it could actually do that. So that's unfortunate. Because now it means some of the losses we might have might not even be something that was supposed to happen. You know? Just because Top Step gives you terrible fills. Absolutely terrible fills. You're sometimes down. You get into a play, you're sometimes instantly down like $400. You know what I mean? Like, that is terrible. So that's something you guys got to watch out for. But as you can see, all the other accounts, they're good. They're straight. They're moving up the pendulum very slowly here. 2 of the combines are pretty much good already. I kind of want to make a little bit more money on this one by today, by the time the market closes here. Because you're up $400. If we could make another 1,000, we would be done with this and we can actually risk less days, which means, give me 1 second, let me do the math. Okay, so that's 5,000, 5,000. So these 2 yellow accounts right there, we're taking out 10K on Friday. On these 2 accounts, we're done with today, which is, this is day 1, right? Yes. Okay, we restarted them. That's day 1. This one is day 1 as well, but that one has a loss. That's okay. And then this one is day 1 as well. So yeah, if we can make $1,000 right now on this one, that's less time, which means on all 3 accounts, I'll be able to take out, let me see. So tonight, we'll be done by here. Then tonight, that's day 2. We finish it there. Then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on Monday, we will literally be able to take out $15,000 on Monday of the 5th, which is literally in 7 days, everybody. So that's 15K on Monday, 10K on Friday. That's the goal. Got it? Let's see if we could do it now. And remember, if you can do at least 1 account, I'm fine with that. I'm just showing you guys what my goal is so that you guys can arrange your own goals. And yeah, let goal number 1 be your first 5K payout, because then you could start, you know, a couple more accounts. Do not trade them together. Do not do that. Just one at a time, different names for each one, and do it very slowly. Just scalp trade. If you prefer staying with SPY because it's safer, it's smaller, it doesn't move as aggressively as everything else, I think that that's a good idea, of course. Literally, if I trade on SPY on every account, there would be no losses. That's it. You know, there would be absolutely no losses. Because of course, with SPY, with the end of the day right now, we just really don't want to hold it. We more so just want to test it. Now that we actually have a trade and have a loss, it's going to cause us to specifically like come back to this one part of the market in the future, you know, like later today. So sometimes, you know, that's kind of what you need, is to be able to have something that, you know, locks down exactly where, when and where you were looking for a certain reaction, so you can see what's going to happen the next time you do that tomorrow. So like, for example, right now you're at the midpoint, right? All we're looking for is you to fall right back down to here for the downside, and then for the upside, you just want to run up to the top. That's pretty much it. So the bigger move could occur right now within the last hour. We're going to get into another SPY trade here. But again, I kind of want it to be at the bottom or the top. If it's just still stuck here, I don't want to trade it. Yeah, we got out on the double point of confirmation. That was excellent. That exit from that trade right there was excellent. Because you basically fell right back down to that same area from the left side, right below the midpoint. So yeah, next time what we could do differently is we could buy above the point. That's the first thing I could see on the futures trades. Just buy off of the more aggressive points, you know what I mean? Not just the first point that comes to mind where you can enter into a trade. All right, let's see gold here. Let's see some gold. Where are you, gold? I'm sort of running up towards the sky here, huh? Yeah, you're accelerating on that. Well, SPY's right back to the opening price, basically. My goodness. I mean, basically above it still, too. So that's something we gotta pay attention to, right? Yeah, gold's looking a little messy right now. My goodness. I'm going to fill in the combine account here for a continuation to the upside. We'll use the dotted line for insurance for more downside, just in case it wants to fall here. We're looking for like $300 to $500 of profit here. All right, give me 1 second. I'm getting a call. All right, everybody. So, beautiful little idea right there. Quick little scalp. What we want to do next is we're just going to give this a moment here. We're going to have one more trade in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And after that, I'm going to take a little break and go to the gym. I got to gain some weight. I'm trying to become like a bear. But, yeah. I'm also going to grab some food real quick as well. Alright, so boom, we're done on all 3 of those. Or at least 2 of those. We got to finish this last one. We're at $530 of profit. If it takes us another day, so be it. You know, we're not going to force it. This one's up at least 150, so that's perfect. So we're good on all of them. We made money on everything. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Just got to do this little by little. That's it. And then this Express account, we're just trading ES with it. But we're not going to trade right now. We're going to trade after hours. There's definitely a certain correlation with the market moving fast and the market moving slow after hours. I just don't know exactly what it is, honestly. Okay, so we'll figure it out later, by the way. Yeah, so you literally went above the purple zone. Yeah, I hate these types of trends when it does this. It's like you want to make a big move, but then you're making small moves and filling half the trend again. So there's definitely going to be something larger that happens here, everybody. Just be prepared. You're most likely going to run into a new high here. And then after we do that, we'll play the continuation going right back down. We'll get some monthly puts. We'll lock them in at the top with some of the money we took out from the futures prop firm stuff. We got a couple thousand that we could throw into stuff now. In the meantime. And then next week, what I honestly want to do here is I want to get my my stuff going. Like some of the goals, you guys heard me talk about it privately on the Discord. I want to get some of that stuff done probably by the 1st to 2nd week of January. Because remember, the 1st week of January, we're going to have to, basically not the 2nd, but the 5th through the 12th, we're going to be buying the tickets for Hawaii. So remember that, everybody. Don't forget. And all you need is one payout, really. One payout will start the, the groove. It will start things going. And that's only on the 1st week of January. Think about it. You'll have another 2-3 weeks to make another 5, 10, 20,000 before we even have our trip. All right, everybody. So it looks like SPY's continuing to the top, just like we thought it would earlier. With that second play that we stopped out of, the quick little one. You're almost at the 200-day moving average. So just be very careful here. It looks like you might just start flinging towards the top. By the way, that call that we bought earlier that we sold at 75%, it's currently at just $30. It's losing value now. I want to remember this for tomorrow because the option went up 300-400%, So that's pretty good. That's literally what I do with the SPY options. If I get into a SPY option and I sell out early, I basically look at the price that it went to later on. I figure out why I did that, what could have been the causation of it in terms of the technicals. And then I just look for the same recipe the next day. Pretty much. SPY slingshotting here. That right there would have been around $1,000 of profit right there. Again, we don't want to get stuck in the trades. It's 3 o'clock. No matter how good it looks, everybody, we're going to take a step back here. By the way, give me 1 second. I'm going to get ready for the gym real quick. And then we'll come back and do our last trade. Alrighty, everybody. Let's get to it. And how's gold? get into a little test trade real quick. I don't like that wick. Looks like he might continue to head lower here to the midpoint. Let's just give it a chance, see if it's going to run back up to the top. Terrible fill. How
much I need to make on this one? 1,500 pretty much. We should be able to collapse here. So we're just going to keep moving up our stop like that. $700. Looking for a continuation to the downside. Watch the top end. Over here is where you want to get the next set of puts, if you're not going to buy the puts down here. Everybody can see the screen, right? Let me know if the screen's messed up, so I can switch it up for you guys, fix it. I'm gonna warm up some food here in a second once we're done with this trade. Right back at the put level now. We're gonna let this one sit. Again, everybody, just be careful here. If you get above this midpoint, we're going to go to the top of this area up here. We'll reset the account as soon as we zap it. Give me 2 minutes. I'll reset it right now. We'll move on to the other ones that we were working on yesterday. Oh my god, wrong direction. We'll give this a second here. See if it wicks up. We may have just caused a second mistake by an accident. We'll wait for this one to get zapped and then reset this one as well. my goodness. Welcome. Be careful here, everybody. It's a mix of both the 2-day and 3-day trend, as well as the monthly trend. You got above the midpoint now, so we want to see if this is just going to start catapulting up to the sky. That right there was a really good pull level, however. Alright, give me one moment. Three, 4. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut here. I might just let it get zapped too. So be it. We'll learn our lesson. Alright, that one's reset. You reset the last one now. The other one was what number again? 193. I want to be where you are. Alright, we're back in business. You can also take a look at ES for the other account. Give that one a second. Give me 1 second. Let me just go warm up this food real quick before it gets too late.
I'm back. I got some avocado. Sure reminds me of like cutting a mango. Oh my god, I almost dropped it. I'm gonna go long here at the quarter point, not the quarter point, the midpoint of the CS zone. Little tiny bounce. Let me cut one more piece. Oh, that was the best cut. Okay, you're touching the 200 on the 1 minute now. If you get below it, you may fall down a little bit more, so just watch out on the 1 minute. Drop right there for a second. Take a few bites and then we'll put a stop loss. Run the same trade back. Looks like you may have an aggressive swing to the upside here on the left chart, on the monthly. You hit the middle, you fell down to the exact low we wanted you to fall to. So now let's see if it's going to hold right at this midpoint. Remember, use the 200 as a little, like a little shield. I swear this chicken tastes like fish. Am I the only one that eats chicken and feels like it tastes like fish sometimes? Remember, it's about to be 8 o'clock, everybody. So just be careful. You might consolidate here for like 20 minutes. Tight little stop loss. We're just looking for 500 here. You can stop out anytime you're profitable, like that right there. Like boom, right? That's up $200 now already. That's 210. That's 220. 230. Okay, we sold it. I'll be right back. This is the second plate. Let's try to see if we can eat like 4 plates by the time I knock out maybe 5.